Welcome. Welcome to the session of the governance of new geographies. I hope you are all in the right room. Welcome very much. And as a cross-border commuter, it is my special pleasure to discuss with you, to kick off the thematic action plan on the governance of new geographies. For the next 1.5 hours, we will exchange on the related policy challenges that European regions are facing to possible scientific contributions, ultimately the contribution of ESPON. I'm looking forward to the contributions of our online panel. It's made up of policymakers and scientists, of our ESPON experts, and of you, your contributions, because you are heartily invited to share your ideas, your comments, your questions on the Zoom chat. We will right away start with more detailed information on the thematic action plan and related questions. And for this, I would like to invite our ESPON EGTC expert, Sintes Hermansson. He will also conclude our discussions at the end of the workshop. So, Sintes, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon to everyone. Welcome to this kickoff workshop on governance and of new geographies. And at the beginning, I want to mention that this is not the content of the thematic action plan. By no means. You're all invited to really express your ideas of what that actually could be. And also, the name of this TAP could easily have been governance and new geographies. I think this tells a bit where we want to go with this TAP, meaning that we want to talk about the government's mechanisms and perhaps not so much about the concept of governance, like good governance or related things. The ambition is to develop a knowledge base on emerging new geographies in terms of their delineations, functional and cooperation arrangements, and involved actors and stakeholders. And the proposed focus, and this is the kind of a first big clarification from our side, is twofold. We would like to focus on functional territories of different kinds and on territories facing challenges or decline. And that is why in the input paper we mention different types of functional territories, like functional cross-border areas, functional rural areas, labor market areas, and different other functional territories. We would also like to find appropriate governance mechanisms which could be introduced or further elaborated to manage these kinds of territories. And by doing all this, we would like to strengthen capacities and skills of the policymakers in order to really harness the potential of functional approach in planning and governance. A bit of the policy context. This TAP theme is related to all 5 cohesion policy objectives of 2021-2027. It connects more strongly, perhaps, with Europe closer to citizens objective by strengthening the integrated territorial development approach via investments in integrated territorial investments and community-led development. This theme also correlates with the Territorial Agenda 2030. It addresses the Just Europe objective, and especially concerning the subtopic of functional regions, by contributing to a better balanced territorial development and via local initiatives. And this TAP also is related to the new Leipzig chapter concerning the functional urban areas, and also to European Green Deal's Just Transition mechanism by addressing marginalization of those territories that are most affected by transition given their dependence on fossil fuels. Now I speak about a bit about the challenges, drivers, and trends in relation to this TAP theme. And if you look at the challenges, then firstly, defining functional territories in terms of their geographic boundaries is not an easy task. If you have followed recent developments, you have perhaps noticed that there's a drive to establish different types of typologies at the European level. I mean, Eurostat and OECD have worked a lot on this, preparing manuals and guidelines. However, functional territories are dynamic systems, and we need to make sure that any formal statistical delineations are in line with political realities. And this is not some pure technical work, perhaps that some would imagine. This is important work because it would allow us to see who is involved and how the functional kind of linkages work. Then also in terms of challenges, there's a need to define appropriate and inclusive governance models which respect functional approach and are working in practice. In this sense, there is a challenge to highlight the cooperation benefits to all involved actors, given also, in fact, the potential issues with democratic legitimacy of such areas. And I think the Urban Agenda Partnership on Sustainable Land Use and Nature-Based Solutions had showcased it, that it's possible to show these benefits, and perhaps you have even watched their video they prepared on this. And then also another challenge is how to unlock potential of places in decline or discontent. And then the question really is, can functional approach in planning be of any help in this regard? Then next, about the drivers. So what are drivers which emphasize the importance of functional areas and governance of them? One of them is rescaling of planning competences to functional planning regions to address the reality of environmental, commuting, economic, and other flows across borders. And new territorial governance arrangements are being established for such regions. Then we can see also increasing voluntary and soft cooperation for the provision of services and resolving planning challenges. And territories sometimes form together sort of communities of intent. And these communities are not even glued together by functional linkages. And then, obviously also the impact of the COVID and the way people work and commute is having an impact, and that might also change the functional linkages. Now the next about the trends, which are very much related with the challenges and drivers I mentioned before. One of the trends is that understanding of different functional geographies has grown by introduction of improved and enlarged list of typologies. For instance, recently adopted terset typology at the European level, and also the methods used to analyze and distinguish between different types of typologies. In terms of development trends, there is a set of territories which have experienced significant demographic and economic decline. This phenomenon also concerns cities and their functional areas. We now talk about shrinking cities. And in addition, a whole new debate has started in Europe concerning geographies of this content, meaning people are voting in a way to protest against development trends. And then introduction or further expansion of working schemes due to COVID pandemic will mean that people will not need to commute so often, and work from home or work from anywhere are becoming the new reality. So these are shortly the trends which kind of influence this thematic action plan. And now if I go further to the possible inquiries about the policy needs, then well, this is just let's say a first shot, an example of what could possibly be asked. And if I mention some examples, then one of the policy needs would be how to define functional areas in a way that any definitions correspond to actual policy processes, what kind of data and methodologies are needed for that. how functional areas are embedded and integrated in government's practices, what are the benefits of cooperating within functional areas, how such benefits can be showcased to all parties involved. And then who are the main stakeholders and what type of governance mechanisms should be put in place? What are the tools to achieve effective implementation of different policies in functional areas? And as I mentioned also, how to unlock the potential of places in decline, of peripheries, places undergoing marginalization, and how to really make sure such geographies are more connected in the future. Then, in terms of the research support, this again is an example of an outline, and here we can mention several things. What is the stock of available scientific evidence? And here, importantly, going beyond what ESPON program has accumulated so far. What is the state of the art in research work on governance of functional territories? Does this research have a territorial focus, demonstrate wide territorial coverage, and is based on solid data and methodologies? Are there any distinct evidence gaps on functional territories that the ESPON program would be suited to fill? And what are the instruments to achieve it, and how could complement the work by other research bodies, which is quite important, so we don't have overlaps. Then also, what is the current discourse? What are the current discourse questions and debates aspects that might further pursued by ESPON? And that's it for my short introduction presentation on this TAP theme. As also mentioned by Timo, you can all join the discussion. We have a website, we have a web page on our website on this TAP. There's also a Yammer platform where you can join the debate, post questions, and most importantly, share your ideas, because as I said, this is the kickoff of this process. These are the first ideas, and of course, we look forward to your feedback and possibly alternative suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sintis, for this comprehensive introduction to the theme and also to the questions you have listed, the possible inquiries. And right away, we are coming now to our online panel. And I will give each of the scientists and policymakers 10 minutes maximum to share their presentation. And then each of them will have a quick opportunity to respond to the others' interventions, and then we start to discuss this with the audience. So now, first of all, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Nikolaos Karadimitriou from the Bartlett School of Planning of the University College London to share his presentation. Mr. Nikolaos, the floor is yours. Yes, we are waiting for Mr. Nikolaos. Are you connected? Does it work? Good vibrations in the air. You should be connected. If not, we can switch also to the next speaker. He is connected. Okay. It should work now. We all know this. We are experienced now a long time with all these technical challenges. Welcome, Mr. Karadimitriou. Welcome. At the moment, we cannot hear you. Is the sound on? Is your sound on? Okay. Can you speak again, please?
see people would like to see the slides, I could share my screen, but it's supposed to run centrally. So I will continue unless I hear otherwise. So it's this ESPON, therefore, is expanding a bit the sort of hard functional definition. Of course, it covers functional rural area, sort of hard cooperation areas, into areas where we're talking about flows and networking, or even communities of intent. And based on that, based on this understanding of what new geographies are, okay, so I will share my screen then. Give me a second, please. I need to start the presentation. Okay, and then yes, and I will share the screen now. Okay, so I hope you can see me now, and I hope you can see the presentation. So the themes that emerged at this stage of the assignment basically are 6. The first one is new geographies of practice. The second one is new geographies of transition. The third one is new geographies of newcomers. Fourth, new geographies of speed. 5, new geographies of criminality, and 6, new geographies of health and illness. And I will quickly go through them because this is supposed to be just food for thought and really help this session to sort of brainstorm a bit. So new geographies of practice, basically where we see a need to actually have an online tool or a kind of database that would link all the soft new governance frameworks that emerge out of the various challenges that arise locally or regionally, and to be shared. The second one is a new geography of transition, the changing infrastructure and the governance, and here we spotted quite a few actually. We spotted platform capitalism, circular and sharing economies, renewable energy production, food production and distribution, digital infrastructure, and so on. And all these transitions of course, have territorial impacts, and these territorial impacts, of course, also need to be explored further. Some of those areas have been spotted by ESPON beforehand, some of those are new. Then, and for the last 4, the new geographies of newcomers. I mean, obviously, we're all aware of the big issues around refugees and migrants and so on, but also the population movements in Europe are not only about that, foreign migrants. They are about movements of students, movements of intra-EU economic migration, movements of pensioners, and so on. And of course, all these have territorial implications and create enclaves, create areas which depend on those flows, and so on and so forth. The fourth is new geographies of speed, and effectively the impact of high-speed travel, both train and by air, across European regions. You all are familiar with the Ryanair effect, and there's a lot of research as well on the impact of high-speed trains in the places in between. So it's really worth looking how this very, very quickly evolving geography, let's say new geography, has impacts locally and maybe new territorial formations around them. The new geographies of criminality, and that's something which we couldn't find much work in ESPON or at the European EU level. Effectively, how networks of criminality are shaping European space to their benefit, to create functional, maybe dysfunctional areas. And of course, how to govern such regions. It's politically sensitive, even to start looking into this perhaps, but it's an important issue and it's worth considering. And last but not least, new geographies of health and illness. And this is not only about COVID itself, but it's also about the responses to COVID and the responses to issues of public health and health provision, and also the responses to people seeking care. So new territories forming where the health provision regimes might be of better, worse, attracting people, and so on and so forth. And that might have, of course, significant implications in the future, given that Europe is aging. Thank you, and I hope you were able to see the presentation and to hear me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karadimitriou. It's very much appreciated that in the short time you gave us a lot of inspiration on themes, and despite all technical challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It worked out.
Yes, no, very kind, thanks. We are coming to our next speaker, and I would like to invite now Mrs. Barbara Becnek. She is a researcher at the Slovenian Academy of Science and Arts, and she is an expert on migration. And yeah, welcome. So, just a second, please. I think we may have, at the moment, another order of presentations. So this is Barbara Becnek. No? Okay. Okay, everything's fine. Sorry. Just go on. Just go on.
And also some general ideas on further research and policy proposals
What is
on
this?
migration.
It's not right.
And also broader social initiative. Because only a decade ago, it seemed as if the EU was a space of expansion, free circulation, integration, whereas today it seems as if Europe is somehow becoming more and more fragmented, smaller, static, closed. And if we want to understand this new European geography, then I think that we must remember that the continent has been through at least 3 major crises only in the last decade. So the first one was the financial crisis.
She's only talking.
Somewhere
She's
around
only talking.
2011.
She hasn't the presentation.
Where citizens bailed out financial markets by means of state-imposed austerity measures. And the states cut back on investments in public services, most prominently health, education, culture. Unemployment rose and salaries fell or were frozen for significant periods of time. These measures reinforced social inequalities that already existed in European societies, but they also caused the outbreak of divisions within the EU, with the interests of big central economies such as Germany and France, against the interests of the more peripheral, poorer economies such as Greece, Italy, and Spain, for example. And the tensions surrounding the unequal structure of the Eurozone were fully exposed. Nationalist tensions and anti-European sentiments were already on the rise, but they were not yet fully developed. Well, this changed rapidly during the second crisis of the decade, the refugee crisis, which existed before but was fully exposed in 2015 and 16. So this is where the already existing inequalities between the South and the rest of the EU were being reinforced. The South of the EU continues to be the most exposed to migration flows, mainly due to geographical reasons, but also due to political regulations, such as the Dublin Conventions, while it is still bearing the main responsibility for welcoming and caring of new arrivals, even though the southern states were most devastated after the financial crisis. So the building of walls and fences, first implemented by Viktor Orban, was initially condemned and ridiculed, but today, like hermetically closed borders and the externalization of migration control are more and more integrated into the official EU migration policy. In the Mediterranean, along the Balkan route, in the Channel, and along the most recent so-called Eastern European migration route on the Polish-Belarusian border, the humanitarian approach is reduced to a minimum and completely eradicated. NGOs, humanitarian and solidarity activities are increasingly criminalized. Access to crisis areas for independent monitoring mechanisms through journalists, politicians, scientists, lawyers, you name it, is blocked or restricted, severely restricted. So, along the European external borders, thousands and thousands of people today are stranded without basic infrastructure, without basic services, without access to any legal procedures. EU's external borders are being militarized, new restrictive laws and measures are being applied, and violent and brutal pushbacks are being normalized. Most often in blatant violation of the EU law, the international law, and various conventions of human rights. So in addition to this situation, the ongoing corona crisis seems to generalize the state of exemption. There are closures of national borders, restrictions on freedom of movement, curfews, state of emergencies, limited right to social, political, and economic participation. And once again, the countries most affected by the corona crisis are in the south, where austerity measures imposed after the financial crisis have seriously damaged the public health sectors. And while most citizens have at least a roof over their heads, basic sanitation, emergency access to healthcare and social services, many migrants, and especially refugees, are deprived of even those. So, in short, the new European geography is marked by crisis of social cohesion, crisis of political institutions on all levels, crisis of the rule of law, of democratic principles, and the crisis of human rights, even the value of human life. European integration has proved to be unprepared to face these challenges, so there is decreased trust in European solutions and the rise of nationalist responses. So we are witnessing an increase of extreme right-wing and anti-EU parties in national parliaments, but also in the European Parliament. So we had Brexit, and there are other initiatives on further withdrawal from the European Union. There is the suspension of Schengen, the reintroduction of internal border controls. So the cumulative result of these crises is an increased fragmentation of the EU, aggravated division between the south and the north, between the east and the west, between the center and the periphery. So even the basic foundations of the EU, such as the rule of law and the primacy of EU law, are being put into question by some of the member states. So, although the present forms of European governance have failed in many respects in the face of these challenges, or even produced some of them, I still believe that a return to a state of national emergency cannot be the answer to the questions we face today, if we don't even mention the real and present impacts of the climate crisis. In short, in order to imagine and develop new and effective forms of governance that will include all levels, like local, national, EU, global, as well as a combination of them, which I think is crucial, a combination of all those levels, we will need further research on the impacts on the already existing divisions inside of the EU, on social cohesion within countries, on the further divisions between EU and the neighboring regions through militarization of borders and the externalization of migration control, on the impacts on border regions and their communities, cross-border cooperation and circulation, on the impacts of exclusive migration and social policies on various local levels, such as the rise of undocumented people, the numbers of undocumented people in Europe, the lack of employment possibilities, and the following lack of prospect and hope. The impacts of spatial policies of ghettoization, marginalization, and gentrification. And in the end, the main question will be on how to transform and create new institutions and policies that are more inclusive, multidimensional, and somehow eclectic in their approaches. So on how these institutions can be more flexible and adaptable to the local context, different local contexts on the one hand, but also how they can be allowed to rely on stable infrastructures and continuous material as well as political support on the other. Maybe I can discuss
Thank you, Mrs. Presnick. I think I have to cut you short now. Thank you. Are you finished with your presentation?
My last sentence was
yes.
Discuss research and policy proposals on the case of Slovenia and discussions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for, I think you have given us a lot of food for thought and a lot of challenges we are facing and where the governance of new geographies actually really plays a role and how to manage and how to work with those challenges. It is now my pleasure to invite our next speaker, who is Dr. Klemen Miklavic. And he is not only a researcher, he is also the mayor of Nova Gorica in Slovenia. So, Mr. Klemen Miklavic, the floor is yours now. Welcome.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to this panel. I will mainly speak from the best of policymaker rather than researcher. That was my previous life. As you can imagine, being a mayor takes my full day. But for better understanding, I will also load presentation, and I would ask you for a quick feedback whether the presentation is successfully loaded. Is it?
Yes, we can see it. Thank you very much.
Great. I will talk in concrete terms. So on a case which exists, and it's in part of Europe, very interesting part of Europe. You see the area is circled in red between Slovenia and Italy. I'm mayor of Nova Gorica, and on the other side of the border is Gorica. The area, the border, how we see it today on this simple map, was drawn in 1947. Before that, the border was either more to the east or more to the west, depending on which part of the history we look at this territory. So the World War I was the first event that shifted the border towards east, and then before that, the border was more to the west during the Austro-Hungarian times. So if we zoom in now, we are looking at the same region, just a bit closer. We see that the border goes quite unnaturally. It was a compromise between two blocks. So Soviets wanted it differently to the Americans, and then the French kicked in, the diplomats, and then this was the compromise that was set, and that compromise actually preserved peace, but on the other hand cut through a region that has always been one integral region. So what happened, because Gorizia, you see the border goes around Gorizia, was given to Italy, and the whole region around it was given to Yugoslavia back then. Yugoslavia decided to build a new city on the eastern side of the Black Line. Black Line is the border here. So part of Gorizia belonged to Yugoslavia, and then it was extended and called Nova Gorizia. So now we are here with a very interesting geographical but also political situation where we have two cities that grow into each other, that intertwine their daily life, and the citizens of both cities are either working here, living there, or having businesses open here, having relatives over there, and so on. So what happened from 1990, when Slovenia got independence and change of the system occurred, is that this integration was speeding up. The entrance of Slovenia to EU and then Schengen region were two decisive steps forward in this integration. Today we have an urban area that wants to become one unique urban area, a cross-border city that is a capital of a cross-border region. So we're trying to suit together what has been there as one region before 1947, and it's also functionally, geographically and politically part of one integral geographical notion. So what happens in reality here? We have a bit more close in into the urban area. We see that the streets are shared and the squares are shared. Also, the railway is built so that it used to be, the northern side used to be the railway station. So today's central railway station of Nova Gorica used to be the northern railway station of Gorica, designed in 1906. When it was still, everything was still part of the Austro-Hungaric Empire. This is the railway station. That reminds us of an Art Nouveau period in European history. And this is the square in front of it. Exactly in the middle of the square, the border crosses, and that also became a very famous site of our city. We have a quick look. Also the Renaissance time and the Baroque time buildings. That's a monastery where the last French Bourbons are buried because they were in exile in the 19th century. Here is the castle of Gorica, so the old part, medieval castle. We are looking across to Nova Gorica. We will also have some pictures. This is a medieval street, a former shopping street of Gorica. And now we are in Nova Gorica, a modernistic town. This is the municipality building from where I am now giving this presentation. But we have also a very typical buildings from the 20th century, especially from Eastern Europe. Those who are from there will recognize the architecture. And we are also known for casinos and also more modern building on this site. So we have a mixture of a 70 years old city and 1,000 years. It's 1,000 years since Gorica was mentioned the first time in the written form. Now, together, we have this challenge in front of us. We want to govern the territory as one. And what is now the border for us? If before the border represented an economic opportunity, there was a lot of trade because of the difference between socialist Yugoslavia and Italy. Now the border becomes an obstacle. So we're trying to govern the territory as one, despite this obstacle and all the challenges that are related to the border. What helps us a lot is the EGTC. It's one of the several EGTCs across Europe that really came to our help. So it was a tool developed by European Commission that helps us govern this territory. This EGTC has had a lot of projects recently, and this is the map of the two cities and the investment that have been made through EGTC on one and the other side of the border. Here are some pictures of the projects that have been inaugurated. It's mainly the recreation parks, the parkings for the campers. Here is a bridge for pedestrians and cyclists that has been built. On the left side is construction, and on the right hand side is the built bridge. It's also built with European money by the EGTC. Here is the cycling network. So we have a whole network of cycling lanes that has been developed also with the money of EGTC. Some of them cross the border back and forth, back and forth. Here is the health investments. So we have some common health infrastructure, especially the nursery, but also the mental health institutions that can be used by both citizens. And one thing that has been developed this year, and we are particularly proud of, it's a tunnel that will serve. So it starts in Nova Gorica, which is higher quota, and it goes through Gorica into the river. So it serves as a flooding prevention system. It wouldn't make sense to make flooding prevention system only in one side of the border because the water doesn't care about the border. So it was only effective because it was a cross-border. And this particular project told us how many obstacles are still there if we want to develop and govern this territory, which is cut by the border, and how much the border is still an obstacle. It was a lot of painstaking processes to come to the permissions that eventually led to the building of this tunnel. There is not only one bureaucracy, there were two bureaucracies. It was the local bureaucracy in Italy and the national bureaucracy in Italy, and the local bureaucracy in Slovenia and national bureaucracy in Slovenia, and they had to connect each other in order to come to the permissions to build a cross-border tunnel which served the citizens to be safe from the eventual possible floodings. That's why, to conclude, it will be in the future very important for the European Commission and all the authorities in Europe to think of instruments that will make possible the governing of the territories which are cross-border territories and which want to or naturally are predisposed to develop together as one single cross-border region. That's also something that could be a next chapter of the European integration. The European integration so far went from top down, from Brussels with the big projects, with steel, with coal, with atomic energy, with tariffs and so on. That was all top down. This is an example how Europe can work on the ground, on the micro level, and affecting the daily life of our citizens. So in the future,
dear Mr. Miklevich, can you please?
Yeah, that's my concluding remark.
Thank you very much. And I was just about to make you compliments and say that the scientist shines through, that you are so well on time. Thank you very much for explaining so well and to everyone this cross-border situation you are facing, and I think it gave a very, very good illustration of this kind of new geography. And I also see a lot of potential also of exchange of good practices. We are located in Luxembourg, and we know very well what you are talking about. So thank you very much for this policy need declaration after we got the scientific inputs already. We are now coming to our last speaker of the panel, which is Peter Ostin, who is a planning advisor to the city of Oslo. And he is also sharing his policymaker view with us. Welcome. I think at the moment we have a problem. Can you please unmute? Yes?
Does this work any better? Yes.
Yes, it's perfect. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm waiting for the slides to come. Before they come up, I'd just like to comment on the two of the previous presentations.
Sorry, we have a special round on this. After you finish, we have a round for comments.
But I'm waiting for my slides to come up. When they come, I can say what I'm going to say. So I'm commenting first on Miklavic's presentation from the border between Slovenia. There we are. Governance of new geographies. Thank you very much. I'm from the city of Oslo. We've been working with our neighboring region for many, many years. We have a joint plan at the moment. And the joint plan is under threat because of changing geographies. If I have time, I'll come back to some detailed discussion about that later. I will be presenting this short discussion from a metropolitan perspective towards the cohesion policy goals. Next slide, please. The spatial scales in metropolitan areas are complicated. The city core is in the middle. We have the urban fabric, which is the built-up area, which often covers many other municipalities as well, and the wider housing and labor market area surrounding that, which often goes out into what we call the countryside, and beyond that, often the economic region, which would normally include the national airport or a national harbor or something like that. Next slide, please. This is done to show indicatively how the spatial geography does not usually fit the administrative borders anymore. The cities are usually grown way beyond their original urban core, covering many municipalities. The functional urban area does not necessarily fit closely to the municipal boundaries or the provincial or regional boundaries, which is the red line on the right. And right out on the other side, we've got the national boundaries, which of course means something quite different again, which we've just heard about several times. I'd also point out that the city core is often divided into city districts. Now, why is this important? It's important because these are the levels at which decisions are made. These are the levels at which budgets are organized and managed and directed through legislation. And these are the levels at which data is collected. The last point is very important for us in the context of ESPON. Thank you. Next one, please. Functional urban areas, this is a complex but essential challenge. There seems to be a lot of new engagement in functional areas from the work that's been produced and presented so far. There's the CMAT reports, which have been reported on. OECD is continually working on new delineations. And I'm aware that the Eurostat network the Eurostat office is producing what they call terset typologies. This can be defined in many different ways, but the main point is that we need to see what are the drivers of change. There's growth and decline in the pandemic, which have been referred to. And then what we need to do with the functional urban areas to support better policy delivery at strategic scales. This is the main question I think we're looking for. However we define the geographies. We need to encourage sustainable growth and address this question of geographies of discontent, which I think is a very important concept. I think that can be described in a number of ways, and the functional urban areas very often counterbalance what I would say are the strong power bases of discontent, which are exploited among a number of countries which have been referred to so far in this discussion. I wouldn't need to mention them. We also need to learn how to understand and plan with post-COVID dynamics. There are a lot of changes happening in terms of migration, within the functional areas and within transport. On the right-hand side, there's a number of issues there. I would like to point out one issue here is the proxy definitions. There was a question early on about whether we need to define functional urban areas. ESPON seems to often land on what they call the travel time and sort of chronographs. The OECD has used commuting rates, which seems to make more sense to us because these closely relate in people's minds to the policies. If a lot of people are traveling into the city, then it makes more sense to develop in a certain way and encourage the public transport. If the time to travel is short, it doesn't really matter if not many people are traveling in that direction. Next slide, please. There are three main networks which Oslo takes part on together with a number of my colleagues, some taking part in this discussion today. Eurocities is the main one. Then we've got Metrex, which represents the city regions. And we have the European Metropolitan Authorities, which is a policy-oriented body. I think it's fair to say that all these three networks, which represent well over half of Europe's population, really, they are calling to recognize the reality. There are shared functions and identities within each metropolitan area. it's very important to work at an effective scale because these challenges are too big for cities or municipalities to resolve on their own. And we need to work to share the capacities, again, because often municipalities are rather small surrounding the cities, and if we work together, we can do a lot more. And we need an innovative and appropriate form of governance. What fits in one city does not necessarily fit in another metropolitan area, so this has to be thought out carefully and is place dependent. Next slide, please. There are a lot of examples from cities and regions across Europe. I've listed them up here. I hope this slide will be shared. We don't need to go through all the details. Barcelona, area metropolitan Barcelona, the picture on the right is from a town outside Barcelona, which is probably one of the strongest examples in Europe we have of a well-organized, legally frameworked, and very strong political body dealing with it at this level. The ITI agreements are becoming more familiar now. The Czech Republic and Poland achieved a lot in the previous period. The Czech Republic is now expanding, as I understand, the number of cities which will be doing this. The French model and the Italian model, both legally tied with a very strong directive in a sense, but at the same time, they're often struggling. We can see even within the legal framework, they often have a lot of challenges in making this work. I think we'll move on to the next slide now, just to wind this up. Thank you. So the current challenges and research needs. On the right-hand side is a strategic regional plan for Stockholm, our twin city on the other side of Scandinavia, which is very much a model for what we're doing. They've had a strong legal framework that has been operating for the last 50 years to do this, and it seems to be working very well through both persuasion and controlling a lot of the mechanisms they need for investment. We need to tie what we're doing very closely to supporting EU policies, cohesion policy, the new Leipzig Charter, and the territorial agenda. That, for us, is the sort of foundation, I think, in the way this should be developed. We need to include functional urban areas in the urban agenda partnerships and in the rural pact, which is in the process of being developed at the moment. This was not achieved very well in the previous period. And our view is that the Leipzig Charter is strengthening this. We need to improve the access and the use of functional area data across and within boundaries. And in this context, we're talking especially about splitting up the data within the cities. Treating a city as one single data unit really doesn't make sense. And I think if ESPON is going to do an important piece of work here, it really is about looking at local area data within cities to understand more what is happening. Referring to the very important presentation from Barbara just now, I think the whole question of refugees, minority groups, integrating them into our societies, this is very, very dependent on local data from within cities. Rural-urban dynamics and interface is a very key, important issue. Strategies to challenge urban sprawl. And then the last one you can see, they build on experiences and networks that we have. There's a lot of experience to build on. The list of cities and countries that I showed in the previous slide is there, and we have these networks that are ready and waiting to do work. We've already been lucky in Oslo and taken part in 2 ESPON projects. I know there's a third one being floated in parallel. We're talking about SPIMA, we're talking about MISTA, and we're talking about Metro, which have all been formed within the existing networks, especially Eurocities, but also Metrex. And I think this is the way to go. Use the networks and build on that and the experience that's there. Thank you very much.
Very much, Mr. Austin, for your efficiency and, of course, for all your practical information that is very helpful to design the future thematic action plan. I would like now, thank you very much. You were already ready to comment on the previous speakers. I would like to invite you to do this, and we will go the reverse order. We had the speakers to give 2 minutes, if possible, comments, remarks on the other one's speeches. So please give it a run, Mr. Austin.
Okay. Well, very interesting, Klemen Mitrovic, to hear about Novgorica. I was there actually 4 years ago at an ESPON seminar there. It was very interesting to see the experience and to learn what you've been doing. The work that you've been doing in London, Nikolaos, is very interesting. I'm not aware of this from before, so this requires some thinking. I see that in the context of what Barbara Beznek was saying. in my view, the questions she were raising really are the most important ones that we've heard today. If we don't address that, I think the European cooperation is going to be facing big problems. I would argue that the functional urban areas are an important part of that equation, not necessarily because they can deliver, but they often balance the very polarized kind of politics that we're seeing across large parts of Europe now, driven by this geography of dislocation that we've been talking about. There's some very important underlying discussions here. I'm not able to go into all the details, but I feel that we're touching on something that is quite new and important here. And I would certainly hope that this discussion would conclude in that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Austin, for your comments. And I would like to invite now Mr. Miklavic. Do you have any comments, questions to the other speakers so far?
Hi, thank you for your word. No particular question. I'm more looking forward to the discussion on the possibilities to shift the governance. So far, my experience was that the way the EU functions, and I'm looking to the EU because that's the only forum, the only governance level we can resolve our particular challenge, it's been stiff, so not flexible to see the ground and the micro issues and address them effectively in a functional way. So the solution should be not developed away from the ground, should respond to the challenges on the ground. That's what I'm looking forward in the discussion.
Thank you very much. And definitely I can see it's such a shame that we don't and you don't meet in person, because there you would have a real good conversation. And we just started this discussion, the process. And of course, I hope everyone keeps in the loop and contributing. The next one, Mrs. Besnek, do you have a comment to make on the other one's speeches, remarks from your side?
Yes, first of all, I was very grateful today to hear from the perspectives of cities and local communities, because according to all of the research that we are doing in Slovenia and everywhere else, the conclusions are that the integration policies and the implementation of integration services is only to be successful if it's implemented on the local level. So unfortunately, the local levels are still not very much involved in the decision-making process, at least not in Slovenia, regarding migration policies, although they are, the core of integration. So I think the only way to move forward from this restrictive, fragmental policies that we are facing today is, to engage all geographical levels into the decision-making process and into implementation processes of integrations. So not just the national level and the EU level, but cross-border regions, very importantly, as in the case of Gorica, and Gorizia, then municipalities, also the civil society is very important, cities and places, spaces where people actually live, where people actually work, where they integrate and where they co-create communities. So in order to do that, I think we will need to further strengthen the functional, material and intellectual capacities of local authorities, especially, and institutions. And in order to do that, we will need to establish more, I think, formalized and more permanent channels and bodies of dialogue and exchange between all relevant stakeholders, such as this one today. So thank you very much for inviting us all to share. So yeah, we we have to see that integration as all these integration issues, as all these other challenges that we are facing, we have to regard them as a two-way process or as a multi-directional process that includes active engagement of everyone. So, and we shall not forget that anytime we consult on policies and measures that are specific to a certain group, a category of people, or a certain territory, we should always include the people and territories that are concerned. So dialogue-based, dialogue-based, place-based policy making. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Besnek, for your thoughts. And I think you can see that, of course, they have already fallen on fruitful ground, and there is resonance around the panel and definitely also around the audience. Well, last but not least, Mr. Karadimitriou, do you have comments, questions on the other speakers' presentations? We have, again, another little sound issue. I cannot hear you at the moment. Can you try again? No?
Can you hear me now?
Coming, yes, now, thank you. It works.
Ah, good, okay. Yes, it was the microphone, I put it on mute. A very brief comment, really. It was fascinating to see both the two views from the field on the ground, and also, of course, the more theoretical approach, the more research-oriented approach coming together. And really, for me, it highlighted two things. One is the need to bridge, let's say, the distance between the ESPON research and all that work that is being done on the territorial governance and the real situation on the ground. Secondly, for the purpose of this meeting, really, and the scope of this research, this assignment, or this consultation that will go on, the importance to think about how useful and how successful existing instruments, for example, are. I think the mayor mentioned EGTC, but I would also mention the ITIs, CLLDs, and so on. And how these can be perhaps enhanced or modified or made to work in a different way so as to satisfy the need to match, let's say, the governance, local needs with the big challenges ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you are not released yet, but thank you very much to the panel. And I think you really managed, and I was curious if this is possible for this quite comprehensive and in a way maybe abstract topic to give everyone a flavor that's real life, its urgency to deal with the governance of new geographies. And I would like now to have a look at questions from the audience, and we will see who will be the one from the panel to answer these questions. Well, we have one question. It's from Barbara, and it says, what kind of new geographies can emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic, and how it has changed our ways of communicating, living, working, and moving? Well, I want to prevent that someone answers this question fully, because we will be sitting here for the whole week or year. Who is interested in giving a short answer? Who feels inclined? New geographies that can emerge from the COVID-19. Who has a an idea for a short answer on this? And definitely it will be a topic for, it is a question to Barbara. Now I understand. Barbara.
Just a brief thought that I had about it. I mean, I feel it's like a little bit contradictional, you know. On the one hand, we have these closures, you know, curfews and limitation of freedom of movement and various other restrictions, right? So remember, we are talking about quarantines and social distancing as the new normal, right? And on the other hand, I think it really like enhanced this transition into the digital space. At least for me, I mean, I always thought I'm I'm quite literate in the digital world and in the digital communication, but now I see that I wasn't, and this pandemic actually forced me to somehow upgrade technically, and not only me. I can see it with my colleagues, with my family, friends, so on. I mean, everyone literally updated themselves in this digital proficiency. So there is a new space which is more fluent, let's say, and there is more connection on the other hand. So I don't know. It's really. These are the new geographies that I see. I forgot the other part of the question. Yeah, but I think it's going to be, it's going to make huge impacts, especially on the way how we work, how we organize labor, how we organize working units, how we value our working time, how we measure our working time. So yeah, I think this will be the most profound challenges in the future in regard of governance, besides the obvious, of course, how to sustain our public health systems, social systems, and so on.
Thank you very much, Barbara Besnek. I think that was already a good and one of the very visible also new geographies and experiences you had. I think many can share this. Thank you very much for this answer. I have now another question, and it's to Peter. What pros and cons have you observed between soft and hard cooperation mechanisms for functional areas, for example, in France or Italy?
That's a very important question. Well, first, the answer, as I said before, there is no one size fits all. And I think what works best for Marseille is not necessarily what works best for Lille, even though they have the same legislation. They will be the first to reflect on that. Hard legal framework for functional area cooperation is, I think it's very important because it creates stability. It gives you a long-term framework which you know is going to be there after the next election, after the election after that, and that the media will gradually build up a rhetoric and an understanding of. And the authorities that are within it, the municipalities, the cities, the transport authorities, all the others, they will relate to this body, this framework in a formalized way. If it's a soft cooperation, the advantage is that it's very much driven by motivation, and the players, the stakeholders will have a motivation to do this work. And as long as that motivation is there, this is very good. What I didn't tell you about is the story of our city, Oslo, and our collaboration with our neighbors, which started off being kind of statutory, but then it was voluntary. And now we're facing a situation where our neighbors seem to want to do something else, and the motivation is no longer there. And I think this is a reality which a number of regions face, that if it's a soft collaboration, it's very good, it's very driven by the stakeholders until they decide they want to do something else. If I may, just a very short comment on the geography of COVID to supplement the excellent response from Barbara. What the functional urban areas are now facing across Europe, I think, is the imminent collapse of public transport. During the pandemic, the national governments provided a lot of extra funding to keep the trains, metros, buses, and trams going more or less at capacity so people could get to their jobs, the hospitals, the shops, and so on. Now the national measures have stopped in most cases. We can see what's going to happen next. There's a lot of uncertainty, but without the national measures, the additional funding stops. We're seeing this in the Oslo region. I've read it about in the London and Manchester areas. So there's a lot of big issues here, which are going to change the geography of that as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you for this answer to Oslo. And now I wonder if we have another question coming from the audience. As far as I could see, there was quite some chats and questions around. Peter, you seem to be very popular because there is another question. It says, how functional areas can help tackle people's discontent?
Well, this is the key question. It's what Barbara was asking. It's what Nikolaus was asking, and I think what maybe is in the process of being resolved in the case of Novgorodica. This is very interesting. It's by involvement. It's through involvement. The challenge with functional areas, especially functional urban areas, because they're very big, is public involvement is hard because there are often strategic questions on the table. The success story that we have had, that Stockholm has, that a number of other areas have, is that they involve the municipalities, so that you get the mayors from each, so taking part in the discussions. The challenge is how to get this, how to organize this in a way so that ordinary people feel involved in some way, and especially the vulnerable people who would not normally take part, more vulnerable people who would not normally take part in public debates. These are the really important questions, and I think there's a lot of work to be done there. Participation has been high on the European agenda already. We've got this, one of the strands of the cohesion policy is looking at that, bringing Europe closer to the people. And I think the work of functional urban areas is a very important framework for dealing with that, because it is actually able to look at the strategic questions and not just the local issues, which are a little bit easier to deal with usually. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this answer. And maybe I also invite Mr. Miklevich, because I guess you also have a practical experience, or how do you see, how can you tackle discontent of people with going in a functional way? You have a lot of experience in this over the last years.
I can merge the two questions, or the answer to two questions in this intervention. So I'm trying to stick to the practical, because that's my role. I'm a practitioner in this sense. And COVID, for example, showed how obsolete is to use a border, national border, as an instrument to solve problems. In fact, in the first wave of COVID, the government of Slovenia thought that COVID moves like infantry, and thought also that to resolve, because in Italy they were the first ones in Europe to have serious issues with the spread of pandemic, that if they close the border and build up an iron fence on the border, that they will stop COVID. What was the exact and immediate consequence? It was affecting the daily life of people. So what was produced by this measure was a dysfunctional situation in an urban area that was already, and it's still already integrated in the daily life of people. So people couldn't go across because the only crossing was open 8 kilometers south from the urban area. So they had to take a car, go down, cross the border, come back up to work, for example, or to visit their parents, or to take care of their grandmothers, or whatsoever. So what I can answer in this way is, from our perspective, is border is no longer an instrument to resolve the daily issues in our politically integrated continent.
Thank you very much. So I guess you were responding to the question, could removing border, no, because there is another question. You somehow answered it already in a way. Could removing border be a solution? Could the thematic action plan consider fusions of municipalities? I don't know how far you are with fusing your municipalities. Or territorial reforms?
What we are seeing as a way forward is definitely alleviating or diminishing the role of the border. Of course, the ideal solution would be no border. That's the way we could easily organically form a region that is integral, because it's always been like that. But that is not so realistic at this moment in Europe. So what we are asking for is a form of governance that will encompass the functional area of Gorizia, Nova Gorizia, and small suburban towns, so that we would be able to govern, to run the place as one single urban area. For example, COVID was a typical example, still is. In Gorizia, they have one type of measures that are decided in Rome or in a regional level, and we have other type of measures that are decided in Ljubljana. I'm not exposing COVID as such, but I'm exposing the ridiculous situation that we find ourselves on a daily basis, because the two governances from Ljubljana or Rome are affecting our area. So a special economic zone could be a solution, but it's not our case. It's not we are not an underdeveloped area, which is given usually this status, especially, for example, southern Italy has such an area. I think that the European Commission should invent a new tool that would integrate territorially border areas and give them mechanisms of governance. An extension of EGTC could be a way from where we should look at the solution.
Thank you very much for sharing your opinion and experiences on this. I have another, maybe last question from the audience, and this is a comment or maybe a possibility for you to react is to the policymakers. It says organizing citizens' engagement is key at the functional area level to help creating a sense of belonging. Is it not only to its own city? And where is the democratic legitimacy for it? How would you respond to this or reflect on these questions? Who wants to?
So I can go.
Yeah,
I can go
please.
Ahead. Yeah, we're doing this, but via civil society. So officially, we cannot, because we have two different systems of governance. Two different countries are involved. However, in the level of civil society, we are heading much faster ahead. For example, last year we were awarded the title of European Capital of Culture, which will take place in 2025, and that's a perfect example of a cross-border. So Nova Gorizia, together with Gorizia, were awarded the title of European Capital of Culture, despite being two cities in two different countries. And that will be an opportunity to speed up, to catalyze the processes on the grassroots level. So we will, with this project, enable the art groups, the cultural production, the official cultural institutions, and so on, to perform, to generate common projects and collaborate on the micro level. And that would be yet another step, decisive step forward in integration of the functional city area and the surrounding region. Of course, also in the democratic terms. So that's obviously a process of democratization through civil society.
Thank you. I have a last question. Maybe I give this to Peter then, because I think it's also more to a policy maker. It is, which narratives do you use to make understand easily by citizens and policymakers the importance to think, plan, and act at functional territorial levels?
Okay, thanks, Alfredo. I saw that coming. He's a colleague of mine. I think the most important thing to engage citizens and to engage municipalities is to build up a narrative which relates to people's ordinary daily lives and to link in with the things that they maybe perceive as specific challenges. Transportation is very often what I would call a low-hanging fruit in city regions, in metropolitan areas, because they're very heavily dependent on public transport. And if the trains are delayed, the metros are overcrowded, people are complaining about the prices. This is something that's easy to relate to, and you can build up a narrative about cooperation can maybe lead in the next few years to better services, better access to work, better access to the football matches, whatever. This is the kind of thing you need to work on. But I think the narratives that are important.
And then I do a last word about the coffee break and everything. Yeah.
Sorry, it's another conversation? No?
Sorry.
Okay, but I think this, I think, is that's the easy answer that Alfredo, I think, would recognize. You talk about the functionality of the functional area. The important question now is to have a narrative which is about inclusion, about social inclusion, and this is very important. This is where the discussion that especially Nikolaos and Barbara were introducing, and how to work through that. I think cities, on the whole, are doing relatively better at that because they have large minority groups. They have often identifiable parts of the city which have an identity often linked to minority groups. I can see that a lot of cities have done relatively well in communicating with different groups of people during the COVID crisis. They were worse hit by the pandemic, but they have done a very big job in communicating and involving local citizens. I think there's a lot to build on, in fact, from the process of involvement during that. It was a crisis situation, it still is perhaps. But I think within the functional area, that is more complicated because, again, we're talking about different geographies, different daily life experiences, and often a kind of geography of segregation, spatial segregation within the functional area. This is the reality in many metropolitan areas. I think, Miklevich, the discussion in your region is more between two twin cities of a similar size, not very big cities, whereas the functional urban areas, they're often with one predominant city in the center and a lot of smaller municipalities around the edge, which may be equal in size in population, but often have a very different structure. So this kind of asymmetry is important to address. And within that context, the way of getting a dialogue, a narrative is very important. And it's never too early to start.
Yeah, no, sorry for interrupting you. Thanks a lot. And I think we have to finish the kind of conversation we had, and I'm really happy that it's such an interesting and engaged one. And I would now like to give the floor to Sintis to conclude on our discussion before I give the very last words for this session. Sintis, please.
Thank you, Sabine. Just 3 short points from my side to kind of conclude this discussion. The first one is that, when we're designing this TIP, there was kind of a fear that this could be a bit too theoretical and might not reach the policymakers. It would be interesting for researchers to work on this, but perhaps then at the end, the end result kind of would be kind of lost and put on shelves. But I think what we saw in the presentations today from Peter and Mr. Miklevich, and also, to be honest, in the chat, I think there's really a practical side to all of it, and there's really potential for this TIP to bridge theoretical concepts with practical policy making at a very local level. The second point is that I'm very happy that you mentioned a couple of themes which were not included in the input paper of the ESPON, and this is really nice because it broadens the whole concept of governance and geographies. And here I give credit to Nikos and Barbara by mentioning topics as inclusion, human rights, and different types of geographies, which perhaps is kind of not a mainstream talk among the spatial planners. And the third point is that I know that the Christmas holiday period is coming up, but as Barbara mentioned, we have upgraded our digital skills. So I hope you do have time to look at the Yammer platform and continue this discussion after today. And importantly, to give us feedback and continue shaping this TIP, because today is just the kickoff day. I think we have still time to exchange on some interesting and potentially useful ideas. So that's all from me. Back to you, Sabine.
Thank you very much. Well, all that is left to me now is really to give my warm gratitude and thank you to all the speakers, to the audience for their contributions. I was really a bit fearful before the session because it is such, as I said, maybe abstract topic, and there could be boring scientists and egocentric politicians talking about it. It was nothing at all of this. I felt that we are kind of gathering around a common, a shared issue, and we can see emerging really a more concrete formulated challenge, the political need, and we can also see in more concrete ways the scientific answer that could be given. And this will really be a valuable start now for the ESPON program and for the consultation process. As Sintis was saying, you are heartily invited to contribute to this and stay in touch and let keep this good ideas be placed and be talked about. We will now have a coffee break for half an hour, and there will be then sessions going on, which will be in this room. It will be the session starting at 4:30 European time, which will be places resilient to crisis. And I will have the pleasure again to be with the audience and speakers of this session. And there will be then in the other room, there will be the session Perspective for All People and Places. So I hope you have enjoyed this way of talking about thematic action plans and having interesting discussions. You got appetite also to join us for the second workshops around. Yes, and so you will have a well-deserved break now. Again, thank you very much to all of you. It was a great pleasure from my side. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very welcome to the session Places Resilient to Crisis. During this year and the last year, the place where I come from was hit by the COVID pandemic, by a fatal amok drive, and by fatal flooding in summer. So clearly, there are expectations from the citizens towards policy. And therefore, it is really my pleasure to be with you now to discuss, to kick off the thematic action plan on the places resilient to crisis. For those who have been following the last session already, it will be the same format we do. We will have a panel, an online panel with scientists and policymakers. We have also an expert from the ESPON EGTC, and above all, we have you again to participate in our discussion. Please use the Zoom chat in order to share your thoughts, your comments, and your questions. We will deal with them at the end of this session. So now, to give us a more detailed idea about the thematic action plan, I would like to invite the nice person beside me. That's a super case of a blackout. Michaela, sorry about this.
No problem.
Michaela Gensheimer from the ESPON EGTC. I hope you are all awake now as well, dear audience, to inform us about this action plan in detail. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Sabine. And welcome also to all the participants in this workshop here this afternoon on the tab concerning places resilient to crisis. We can go to the next slide, please. So the goal of this specific tab is to create territorial evidence on the territorial vulnerability of European places, so be it regions, cities, towns all over Europe, to different types of crisis, to help them in the end to strengthen their adaptation, mitigation, and recovery capacities. And we want to do that by focusing on the different types of crises there are. I mean, obviously, at the moment, everyone is thinking of the COVID-19 pandemic, but Sabine, in her introduction, already mentioned several other crises that we have already dealt with, that we certainly will be also facing in the future. So there are plenty of issues we are thinking of in terms of resilience, be it in relation to environmental, economic, social, sanitary, digital, and other issues in that respect, and also addressing all levels of governance. And the purpose for us, as usual, which is generally our purpose at ESPON, is to strengthen the skills and also the capacities of policymakers to further integrate resilience in their own work, so in development of policy strategies and policymaking processes. Next slide, please. Now, the policy context that we find ourselves in when talking about resilience, obviously, is similar to the policy context that you might have seen if you followed one of the other workshops before this session here. So obviously, we take account of cohesion policy, and the topic of resilience strongly relates to most really of the 5 objectives of cohesion policy in the new program period. So be it in relation to smarter Europe, and there reaping the benefits of digitization for citizens and companies and governments, be it in relation to a greener, low-carbon Europe, promoting the climate change adaptation and disaster resilience of European regions and cities. In relation to more socially inclusive Europe, also we are looking at developing the climate also developing a climate resilient trans-European network. So it's really that there are multiple overlaps here. Then also we see ourselves in the context of the Territorial Agenda 2030 in relation to just Europe, looking at the social inequalities that exist throughout Europe, also due to technological and economic changes that have taken place and still do take place. relating to the Green Europe strand of the territorial agenda concerning here climate neutral and resilient cities and regions. Then there are also clear links to the new Leipzig Charter, which focuses and wants to strengthen the resilient urban development and also resilient public data infrastructure and governance systems. And last but not least, obviously, also the EU Green Deal is very important here, looking at the increase of climate and environmental resilience. Now, the challenges, trends, and drivers behind this specific topic. So we do know that European territories show very diverse sensitivities to natural and man-made hazards, because obviously all the places are very different. They have their own strengths and weaknesses. But that also means that every region, every city, every town will need to develop their own recovery path to be really very specific for the relevant place. So here we are dealing with environmental challenges, because climate change obviously will have different, we have seen that through different studies and also our own work, climate change will have different impacts on different regions, where we can see that particularly in Europe, it's the southern and southeastern European regions that will be most vulnerable to climate change and will certainly experience the most severe economic and social impacts in that respect. But climate change also needs to be considered together with territorial interdependencies. And this we've heard also, if you happen to be in the workshop, that also took place in this room here in relation to governance. So here climate change obviously is a subject which doesn't respect national borders or any borders for that purpose. So that needs to be dealt with in functional territorial thinking, really. And then social inequalities certainly also play a role here in terms of challenges, social inequalities that we face due to technological and economic changes, also demographic trends like aging, depopulation, migration, and all of these have an impact on the territorial access to public services, to education, employment, and they may result in social exclusion, spatial segregation, and marginalized areas. Next slide, please. Then we're looking at the drivers. So here we are looking at innovation, digitalization, automation, and artificial intelligence. That is what AI stands for here, which are certainly powerful drivers of the change that we experience already right now. But they also put a lot of pressure on European regions and cities for them to keep up and to further adapt to this pace of development, to make sure that they are competitive in a global scale. Which can mean that maybe original former economic strengths of particular cities and regions, and also their size and the accessibility of the relevant domestic markets and their global connectivity, they do play a role when it comes to the potential economic resilience of these places in the future. So diversified economic structures, strong innovative performance and efficient. I hope we can, I'm not sure if you can still see me. I hope you can at least see the slides because we just have a blackout here in terms of lighting, but I'll just keep going. So diversified economic structures, strong innovation performance, and efficient transport networks are certainly factors that will ensure regions' access to main gateways and corridors, which are really important aspects to keep in mind when looking at economic resilience. So the light is back on now. Thank you. But irrelevant of the starting point of whichever place we are talking about, cities and regions can follow, to a certain degree, a pathway to innovation, recovery, and resilience by tapping into their respective, really place-based potential, and that is what we want to look at. Next slide, please. Then the trends that we see is that a good crisis response needs to be, I already alluded to that earlier, needs to be really place-based. I mean, we've known that for some time now through different research work that we've conducted. They need to really make sure that the specific territorial strengths and challenges and also development challenges are taken into account so that really robust resilience strategies can be elaborated. And this works best also in cooperation across different governance levels, but also across borders and in functional regions. So that means that cooperation, but also bottom-up initiatives. In the previous workshop in here, there was also a lot of talk of citizen engagement and involvement of stakeholders. So this is also something that plays a vital role here, and looking and exchanging good practice experience. Next slide, please. So possible inquiries, and again, this is just a list of questions that could be relevant for policymakers, and this is certainly where we would need all of policymakers' inputs that are here today in this workshop, but also in the next couple of weeks, to make sure that we really actually meet your demands on what is really helpful for you. So possible inquiries that we're looking at here are how is the issue of territorial resilience formulated in your policies? What would you say are the knowledge gaps that you can identify that prevent you from delivering a more effective policy response? What are the reasons for such gaps? Would ESPON maybe be the right instrument for you to address these gaps? And what would be your specific evidence and knowledge needs for developing better capacity in policymaking? Next slide, please. Then looking more at the research side, and this is where we would be really grateful for getting feedback also from the scientific community that is here in this workshop, on what is your take concerning this topic and what you would feel would be really important for ESPON to look at. So some of the questions we have are: what is the stock of available scientific evidence that is matching the topical profile of this specific tab? We obviously do our own research to make sure that we don't overlap or repeat research that has already been done, but we certainly can't be aware of everything that is going on out there. Another aspect would be: what is the state of art in research work in territorial resilience, and does this research also have a territorial focus, which is of course what makes ESPON so specific to having this territorial focus in our research work. What is the current discourse around resilience, and what are the questions and also debatable aspects that might be further followed by ESPON? And are there really distinct evidence gaps that you can really identify where you would say, well, this is where ESPON could step in and we could really do something about that to fill that gap? And how could we complement also research that has been done by others? Next slide, please. So also for this tab, there is a specific YAMA platform. You can see the link here on this slide. It's also available on our ESPON website. So please don't be shy, be active, join us on this YAMA platform, give your input here. We're going to have a discussion ongoing here for the next 2 months. You can also send information via email. We will come back to that later, I think. And it would be really helpful for us to get your input on that. Next slide, please. And that would be it for the moment from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michaela. And we, of course, apologize for this technical little issue. You all know the jokes about movement detectors in public administrations. But I can assure you everyone here is still awake, very much engaged. We just try to be silent and concentrated. So I hope the same applies to you. I'm now looking forward to invite the panelists we have, the online panel. Thank you very much. We have now a good basis an outline of what the TAP looks at the moment, and we get now input from, again, scientists and policymakers on what their point of view, their focus would be, and their challenges as regards the issue of places facing crisis. First of all, and I have to warn you, I have to be very, very strict with you because we have 5 speakers, so I will be cruel, and please try to keep the time. I invite first now Carolina Sapieri from Sapienza University of Rome to share her presentation with us. Welcome.
Many thanks. Hi, I'm really happy to be here in this interesting workshop. So my intervention, I think there should be the presentation there. So my intervention is about the evolutionary perspective of resilience. So next slide, please. So next. So until now, past engineering and ecological approaches have mainly focused upon short-term reaction to crisis and idiosyncratic shock, and moved back to pre-existing city-state or new city-state equilibria. And I think the evolutionary approach, as really well discussed by Boschma 2015, requires to move to long-term focus to deal with the resilience topic. And according to the evolutionary perspective, the resilience is the ability of systems to withstand and adapt to crisis, but also to undergo transition processes in the long term. So the resilience is a process and is the result of absorptive capacity, which include coping capacity to restore structures and basic function to mitigate the impact of the shocks, adaptive capacity to adjust the characteristics and function in order to take advantage of opportunities in the aftermath of crisis, and in the long term, the transformative capacity to reconfigure the system so that the shocks will no longer have an impact. So next slide. So as really well illustrated by Benet al. 2010, so the resilience is a process and is the result of all these capacities, so absorptive capacity, adaptive, and transformative. Of course, as illustrated in the top part of the figure, the more you change, the higher the transactional cost. So cost in terms of course, economic costs, but also social costs, psychological costs, etc. Also, it is important to relate the intensity and the duration of the shock with the capacity, with the specific capacity within this resilient path, because the lower the intensity of the shock, the more likely the output will be able to resist. So the system will be, let's say, stable. As the intensity increase, and also, of course, the duration, then the system needs to change, to be adapted to the new reality. And next, I think we are really into a fourth transition with this COVID-19 pandemic. So we are dealing with a new reality, and it calls for, I would say, not only EU partnership, but global partnership among, of course, the policymakers, the health institution, but also the finance decision makers. And there's the need to integrate the capacity building efforts at all levels. So it is required the vertical and the horizontal dialogue, but I would say also private-public interplay. And of course, I think it's really needed the flexibility, light, fast, policy and policy response and programming in order to be able to react on time to the crisis. And I think there are challenges and opportunities, and the resilience research must help to develop common knowledge for policymakers, but I would say for the general public. And I think there are some arguments which are really interesting, because for example, I would say that the smart working has moved into a new work-life balance, which needs to be tackled from different points of view. Of course, from an economic perspective, to investigate increasing or decreasing productivity levels, or organizational commitment, but also, of course, from a psychological point of view, to investigate social distresses and habit changes. I will also suggest to work on the intergenerational divide, because as I said, the resilience is a process, is a long-term process, and it requires debate between generations. So the public spending must be fairer for the younger people, while keeping the pension system sustainable between generations. So it's a really a field which requires, I think, intense research in order to, which matters, of course, for the economic growth and the resilience debate. And of course, as already said, digitalization, automation, but also technological relatedness among firms and sectors, for me, are really the urgent topics which must be addressed by researchers. And okay, I think that's all for my side now. But I'm here for a question.
Thank you very much, Carolina, and for keeping the time, and also for sharing with us the new insights or additional insights on the nature of resilience, which is definitely useful and necessary to understand, and for proposing already fields of action and pointing out where the challenges lie. Thank you very much for the moment. I'm now inviting the next speaker, which is Efren Feliu from Tecnalia in Spain, and he is a climate change manager. Are you ready to share your presentation and experiences? Thank you.
Yes, I'm gonna share my screen. I hope you can see it.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, my background and my current work is centered around climate resilience and climate adaptation. And for starting, and I think that my intervention is going to be quite complementary to Micaela's and Carolina. I would like to call the attention about uncertainty. So we have to deal. We are going to have a change, but the order of magnitude and the direction of the change in terms of climate variables is uncertain, and we don't know for sure what is the patterns of extreme events, for example, intensity, duration, or frequency. How is that going to vary? But as a matter of fact, it's already changing. So policy making will have to cope with greater uncertainty, even though that has been part of decision making since ever. Another important element is complexity, and there are no linear cause effects when talking about global change, when talking about climate change, and therefore policy making also has to deal with greater complexity in the challenges we are facing. And therefore, talking about climate resilience, but I think is applicable to a broader resilience concept, necessarily has to deal with uncertainty and complexity. My intervention is going to be related to how addressing this climate resilience challenge in the new ESPON program and the thematic action plan. And the first thing is that it's important not forgetting about previous ESPON outputs and the knowledge that has been developed in previous ESPON projects. And I'm mentioning here specifically 3 projects which I know well, the Greta project on green infrastructures and how demand and availability of certain ecosystem services, which are quite relevant for resilience, as a matter of fact, were addressed in that project. The ESPON Titan, which even though its primary objective was quantifying economic impacts of natural hazards, evidence that vulnerability matters and is not only identifying the order of magnitude of economic loss and damage. And the ESPON climate update, which we are working in right now, with an important update or change in the previous analytical framework, which also is an important sign of how techniques, science is evolving, and we have also to adapt to this type of changes. Okay, in addition of taking into account what has been already developed, specifically with that territorial approach in ESPON, in the field of climate resilience, it's important to take into account, and I will give a bit more details of some of the things or the policy initiatives which were mentioned by Micaela in the introduction. It is important to take into account the huge amount of initiatives that are ongoing and important initiatives promoted by the Commission in the field of climate adaptation. Firstly, the EU adaptation strategy with that those 4 objectives of smarter, faster, systemic, and with international action, climate adaptation, which is addressing many things like water bodies and water quality, nature-based solutions, the climate protection gap in terms of insurance, macro fiscal policy, emphasis on local adaptation, and all those things are already included and could be an important hint for ESPON. It is also crucial to take into account the adaptation mission, which is also mentioning some of the things already noted, like the place-based approach or systemic approach, taking into account that the multi-hazard, multi-scale, multi-sectoral, multi-stakeholder approach is necessary for addressing the climate challenges, but also pointing key community systems and enabling conditions, which should also be an important hint for knowledge development and evidence generation in this arena of climate adaptation. It is important to take into account that the mission is developing resources and mechanisms for preparing all European regions and communities to face climate challenges in terms of generating knowledge, which could help those regions and communities understanding and acknowledging their climate challenges, accelerating, which implies having 150 regions with innovation pathways, climate resilience innovation pathways, and demonstrating and scaling up specific adaptation solutions in 75 regions. Well, this is going to happen. This is being promoted by the Commission, and is something to take into account. Additionally, there are other resources like the Disaster Risk Management Knowledge Center and the Risk Data Hub from the IRC, also the Peseta report, which, for example, is not regionalized and could be subject also of further developments and potential studies. But importantly, also the Climate Adapt platform from the EEA and the Copernicus Climate Change Service. All this is there, and I believe that ESPON has to find its place and to identify where added value and potential contributions could be developed in all this constellation of mechanisms, instruments, and initiatives promoted by the European Commission. And what is the potential way forward? Well, there is an important emphasis on societal transformation, and this was also mentioned in previous sessions, and the scope in this necessary societal transformation could also be subject of analysis and perhaps contribute to generate those bottom-up processes for this. I think that we cannot or we should have an integrated view to resilience, and therefore integrate research and knowledge with other resilience spheres which are quite interrelated: health, biodiversity, cybersecurity, critical infrastructures, etc. Of course, this also implies that we cannot understand the four thematic action plans as silos, and the interactions between those four tabs is also something crucial.
Sorry, can you start to conclude now, Efren, because time is getting...
This is my last slide.
Yeah, thank you.
No. Okay, so calling that the attention on the integrated view in the framework of the territorial agenda is important. Having an observatory approach, which implies generating knowledge in a dynamic and recurring way, taking into account that uncertainty challenge. There is room for innovation in analytical approaches, but we also have to pay attention to the developments in the framework of Horizon Europe. And definitely with this constellation of initiatives, mechanisms, instruments, it is crucial the communication, coordination, and cooperation with other interested and competent European Commission organisms which are already working in this sphere. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Efren. Sorry for interrupting you. Okay. And thanks for this rich material you already contributed as regards the research need, and also focusing on specific issues as regards resilience. So the next speaker I would like to invite is John Bachtler from the University of Strathclyde in Scotland. He is director of the European Policies Research Institute. John, and right away, the floor is yours. At the moment, we cannot hear you. We can see the slides. You are muted. And we also see the preview you have. We don't have a presentation view at the moment.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, and I see a proper slide. Thank you very much.
Oh, excellent. Thanks very much. And thank you for the invitation. It's a shame we couldn't be in the beautiful city of Bled, but it's an interesting agenda and conference nevertheless. I'd like to sort of focus more on the third of the questions that Michaela presented earlier, and where she asked what are the current discourse questions and debatable aspects that may be pursued by ESPON. And given that the aim of ESPON is to inform, and particularly this TAP is to inform both EU and national policies, I'd like to focus particularly on the national territorial policy level. And this is based very much on a long-standing project called EIOPA, and the logo in the bottom right-hand of the screen, where we've been looking at the way in which territorial policies, regional policies are responding across 30 European countries. And I'd like to pick out some of the key issues that we identify in terms of policy thinking and debates at the moment. Given the time, let me just put everything up on screen in this first slide. And I'm really echoing the watchwords that the previous two speakers have made, which is related to complexity and uncertainty. And if we look at what policymakers are trying to reconcile in terms of their ambitions of a more place-based, inclusive regional policy, they're faced with a complex mix of challenges relating to how it is that they can respond to sort of social environmental vulnerabilities, reassessing value change and industrialization trends, the digitalization agenda and remote working, how the citizen can be engaged in a more democratic a process in terms of the problem of rebalancing economies where we've seen widening internal disparities, recovery, and of course, this important factor of increasing social discontent. And particularly looking at the current situation, one hears time and time again, perhaps this slightly hackneyed question, what is the new normal? And in trying to answer the questions of politicians, well, what should we be doing? Where should we be investing? How should we be investing? What support should we be providing? There's very considerable uncertainty about how disrupted global value chains will be reestablished or are reestablishing themselves in terms of also against the ambitions of greater strategic economy. So that effectively, particularly in terms of industrial regions, we have the question then in response to climate change, what are the prospects for tourism reliant regions? For large urban centers, what about new approaches to mobility? For rural areas, does digitalized service provision provide new opportunities, and likewise from home working? And that also has implications for urban areas and particularly urban renewal. But just taking the sort of big picture, looking across the kind of policy priorities that we see are on the desk of territorial policymakers across Europe, we see four sets of challenges which they're trying to reconcile. One is the big question, of course, which is the primary obligation of regional policymakers of reducing regional disparities. But then increasingly over the last 10 years, 15 years, we've seen much more targeted territorial action, a focus of policy on particular types of regions, of localities, of places. But then overlying these, there are these grand societal challenges, in particular climate change, as we've just been hearing. And there's the question of how you reconcile this, and that then links to the last of the key issues, which is better policy delivery. And one can see a combination of legislative, institutional, spatial, and operational responses to that. And just picking out for each of those, what are the key questions that are being asked, and where it is that ESPON might find opportunities to contribute. Well, in terms of the big issue of reducing territorial disparities, the overriding question is how the trends that OECD, the EU, and researchers have identified is how do you narrow the widening gap between the leading regions or clubs and others, especially the so-called intermediate regions, those regions that perhaps have known success in the past, that have been successful industrially, but are now stagnating or even declining. A particular question is understanding and exploiting the development potential of small and medium-sized towns and to what extent they can contribute to rebalancing patterns of economic activity. But there is the question of what works. I mean, there was some really interesting ESPON research published some time ago about the inner peripheries, mapping connectivity and accessibility, which affects a much larger area of Europe than one might anticipate. And particularly small and medium-sized towns are critical in addressing that. And then we hear politicians and policymakers putting a lot of emphasis on the well-being agenda, but there's then somewhat of a disconnect about how more positive and social welfare outcomes can actually be designed and measured in practical terms. We've heard something in the previous round of discussions about targeted territorial action in different geographies, and the big question here is we've seen the proliferation of different geographies at different spatial scales, is how to manage these and achieve coherence. And particularly in terms of governance situations where one's got much more fuzzy relationships, links, networks, how you can manage collaboration and also build in adaptability. The grand societal challenges we've heard quite a lot of, and here, as we've just heard, the question is how to translate the sort of ambitious aspirations and strategic commitments into practice, because we can see some really successful and really promising initiatives in terms of industrial decarbonization, for example, in in the energy transition. But essentially at a local or regional scale, and what can one draw out of these in terms of upscaling? And the big then behavioral challenge that we face is how we can avoid negative responses and backlash from citizens in terms of building them in for what are potentially quite radical changes in behavior. And lastly, there is, of course, the big administrative question is how you make these kind of challenges and these kind of policy objectives of work, which is constantly, and we've seen this for a while now, how more effective and efficient methods of territorial policy design and implementation can be engineered. And partly that's an issue of how you get commitment to territorial policy objectives in other policy areas, making them more visible. How you get competences at the right, inverted commas, spatial levels. And there's a big challenge, as we know, of course, from cohesion policy, but it applies also to national territorial policies about building the capacity, the administrative capacity, particularly at local and regional levels. So we have quite an interesting mix of issues, it seems to me, that are on the that are underlying the kind of policy thinking and policy debates that we see across governments in Europe. And I think it provides rich, fertile ground, I think, for ESPON to be able to contributing to these policy debates. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, John, also for keeping the time and for this very comprehensive proposal on possible research fields and topics. I think this is very good to have. Also, as the previous speakers, to refer to existing studies and results already, because it looks very a bit frightening to deal with this unknowns and complexity, like where do we start with? And we know we already have a lot material, and now you pointed out very well the different aspects and dimensions of resilience that could be tackled also by ESPON. Thank you very much. We come to the next speaker, which is Igo Caldera from the European Committee of the Regions. Can I invite you to share your presentation, please?
Sure.
You don't need to, or the.
I can share. I can share the presentation.
Sorry, wrong word. To present your presentation, we have it already. It will be shared automatically. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So indeed, I'm policy officer at the Committee of the Regions, and I work in territorial impact assessments and regional statistics. And as a disclaimer, in the first part of the presentation, I will present a couple of personal reflections on the theme, not necessarily any kind of official position of the Committee of the Regions. I don't want to be overly disruptive, but I do believe that we only aim to achieve what we try to measure, and if we do not ask the right questions, we might be aiming at the wrong things, or at least we are limiting the range of policy options ahead of us. One such example is when we try to limit ourselves to compare disparities between the richest regions and the poorest regions, and completely miss the point on regions that might have a similar outlook in, for example, GDP per capita, and completely miss the point on their different reactions to crisis. And so the topic of the workshop was resilience. The definition, or one of the definitions, was already given, but this concept is not being cemented in European policy, and Europe wants to be resilient to crisis. And according to the definition given by the Commission, you can see here, this is the ability not only to withstand and cope with challenges, but also to undergo transitions in a sustainable, fair, and democratic manner. This is all fine. But I wonder if this is enough. Shouldn't we shouldn't we be striving to do more than just undergo change? Shouldn't we try to accept that change, crises of many sorts, are inevitable, and that we should try to use them to get better? And these two graphics, I don't know if you can now click again in my presentation. Another graphic will appear. Could you please click? Yes. So these lines that we see are very theoretical lines, but in the next slide, we will see a real case example. So this is from real life. You can see here two regions that, if I compare to the previous graphic, correspond more or less to the ideas of fragile, resilient, and anti-fragile territories. One is reacting bad from the financial crisis of 2008. First, it seems that it's doing okay. So that's the line that says that corresponds to fragility. But then it drops, and it takes a long time to recover from it. Another one on the top resists quite well to the shock, almost with no changes. And the third one suffers a very bad reaction and very immediate reaction, but then recovers fast, gets better, and gets even better than before the crisis. What doesn't happen to the fragile region, for example. If you click again on the same graphic, exactly. So here you see the three regions, and what happens to them is that the fragile region, which is, as you can see, the metropolitan area of Lisbon, does not recover until very late from the crisis of 2008, whereas Estonia, which, well, it's the whole country, but it's not still region as well, improves almost consistently. So throughout this 16 years, indeed, yeah, it improves consistently, even though it suffered a quite serious shock from the crisis, the financial crisis. So if we move to the next slide, last year the European Commission proposed resilience dashboards designed to bring together in a graphical format indicators of vulnerabilities and resilience capacities at EU and member state level. And at least in the first version of this dashboard, the only two regional elements were present. One was the regional dispersion of household income, and the other was the regional broadband gap. However, many of the dimensions and indicators that are proposed by the Commission also need a regional and not just a national dimension, because this lack of attention to regional imbalances leads to a failure to take into account the significantly different vulnerabilities and capacities across regions. And they exist within member states. Overlooking them will lead to policy planning that does not take into consideration the need to fine-tune actions to different types of regions. And without this adaptation, policy design will be defective and policies will be less effective. So one clear problem is the existence of data at subnational level. It is not evident that to have data in many dimensions, be it for financial and administrative burdens that would impose on statistical authorities, or because the phenomenon itself is difficult to measure in smaller territories. Creating composite indicators could help to overcome some gaps, but it also has methodological challenges. But also, and looking at the dashboard of the European Commission, even if we have a large number of subnational indicators and try to create a subnational resilience dashboard, how will it look? Will it be user-friendly? How would the dashboard with dozens of statistical indicators in several dimensions, multiplied by 242 regions at NUTS 2 level and over 1,000 regions at NUTS 3 level, look like? A preliminary answer from my side is that we should strive to have some parsimonious regional dashboards of territorial resilience, but with online tools that would be available for citizens, researchers, and policymakers to do their own assessment of certain dimensions that are relevant for them. ESPON has a large experience in building online tools. If you can just shift to the next slide, please. Yes, thank you. ESPON has a large experience in building online tools and publishing studies that have been widely used by policymakers, and the Committee of the Regions is precisely one of these users. One of my final remarks is that ESPON's potential big contribution is to focus on gaps of official statistics or showcasing new uses of existing data from official sources. And I know that many experts in the field are cautious on this, and they're cautious for very good reasons. But what policymakers love is to have easy and understandable data that can guide policy and inform political communication. And this usually means two things: maps and composite indicators. And so I don't want to suggest many things in particular, but I would put some questions. So the questions are, which are the gaps that official statistics have in terms of depicting and analyzing territorial resilience? And I think this is where ESPON should look at. So, for example, and just to conclude final remarks, if we look back at the different reactions of the three NUTS 2 regions I showed previously, we might not be surprised by the fact that the resilient region, East Flanders, well, it's a rich region in the economic heart of Western Europe, highly connected to other economically strong regions. But how and what can explain the opposite reactions of the metropolitan area of Lisbon and Estonia to the financial crisis? Why has one improved almost constantly while the other declined? Some could speak of, for example, catching up effects in the side of Estonia, but that wouldn't explain why Estonia in 2021 was closer to the European GDP per capita average than Portugal, whereas Portugal departed 20 years ago from being 3 times higher than Estonia.
Dear Mr. Caldera.
Yes, I will finish now. There is plenty of undone research on how to explain in terms of differences of regions across Europe and their reaction to crisis, especially when we discuss peripheral regions of Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Caldera. Sorry for interrupting you and for giving your last examples. And definitely thank you very much for challenging the scientific community as regards the usefulness and possibly negative effects if not looking at the right level. And understandably, this is a regional and local level to focus research at the right issues and levels. Thank you very much for this, for your contribution. Now it is the last but not least speaker we have, and I invite Javier Velasco Echeverria. He is the head of Territorial Observatory of Navarre, for your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Sabine. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I feel very good to have the chance to share my professional views about this particular topic. But above all, I feel humbled because of the brilliant presentations that the previous speakers presented. I'm going to share my screen at this point, and I will try to share with you some key messages. And I'm going to do it from my perspective, which is of a small region in Europe. I'm not part of the government. We are an instrument of the government.
Excuse me, can you do the presentation mode? We see...
Sure thing.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I'm going to switch between my web browser and the PPT anyway, so at times I will miss that, but I will try. Will do my best. So anyway, what we do is we help to formulate territorial policies with territorial impact, and we evaluate policies at the regional level with territorial impact. That's what we do. So I have carefully analyzed the thematic action plan, and my first idea, the first idea that came to my mind was, why thematic action plan? Because in truth, when we hear the word thematic, we think on energy, on water, on biodiversity. But I think this is more of a cross-sectoral approach, which makes a lot of sense from a regional perspective. Because we have to design policies that are of a higher complexity year after year, and that have to deal with the different thematics. So in our case, our challenge is to make things understandable for policymakers. So I'm going to show my first example. So this is an integrated project for climate change. It deals with adaptation. So we have to structure our adaptation, our strategies in pieces of information that are meaningful for policymakers, in the thematics in this case. That's why I mentioned the cross-thematic work. If I go to this particular example, but I could go to any other examples in this chains, my second key message is that we need to link our policy objectives to the indicators that we are going to measure it. And that's linked to what Igor said before, and also to what a friend said before. So, sorry, because it's in Spanish, but in essence, we need to define our objectives, and we have to create visualizations that are understandable for our politicians, for our policymakers, better said, and that they have a say on how they can improve things by applying public policies. So this kind of visualization, what are our goals for policy with regard to climate change, with the mitigation of emissions. But I think this is part of the other thematic action plan, the one dealing with climate change. But adaptation, which is part of the achieving the neutral carbon society that we want to in 2050, it's a must. I don't know if in this thematic action plan or in the other or in both, but you know, adaptation takes place in the local level, in the regional level, not at the national or European level where mitigation takes place or the decisions are made. Decisions in adaptation are taken at this particular scale, regional and local. And now I'm going to talk about resilience and vulnerability, because this is key. This is what this thematic action plan is about, or cross-thematic action plan is about. Vulnerability is the other side of the coin when we speak about resilience, at least in our view. And we have no real way to know what are the actual best practices in adaptation. So, you know, We do participation, bottom-up approaches, as were suggested in the previous thematic action plan discussion in the climate change one. So we do that, but from my scientific point of view, we don't know what are the best adaptation options because there is few science at this moment if compared with mitigation, which is very well known and very well developed. So this is something that there is a gap. We need a catalog of best practices in adaptation in climate change. We need that. We are doing that in Navarre, but we don't have the European perspective. We have our own perspective. So we could undoubtedly enrich our job by learning from our peers and the other way around. Then I have been reviewing the different components in the thematic action plan. About the social inequalities, we do the same. And now I'm going to talk about, this is linked to governance, which is another thematic action plan, but nevertheless, it's the same. So we have the 2030 agenda, the sustainable development goals. So we have, this is again in a sense what Igor was saying before. We have our objectives, our SDGs, so to speak, and we see the evolution, how we are with respect to others. But this is qualitative based. There is not that much science in this approach. You know, we are following a qualitative approach. So we have the feeling that ESPON, we could benefit of ESPON goals and proposals in this thematic action plan of places resilient to crisis, because this is where the crises are felt at the poverty levels, at the health, at the education level, at the equality level, at the water, energy. You know, this cross-thematic perspective that crises affect too. So. About innovation, digitalization, and automation, I want to introduce another key message from our regional perspective, which is that resilient and vulnerabilities are not your fault, and you can do some to do that by yourself, but that's not actually that true. I'm going to put an example of the ERI project that we are performing at this point. This is a network, you know, this is a place where interactions in Europe are taking place on a daily basis. When we talk about capital flows, when we talk about trade of goods or movement of people, migration, and these kind of things. So this is the kind of information that needs to be passed down to the regional development strategies. How do we interact with other regions? Which are our partners? Which are the regions that we don't interact with? Because our resilience and our vulnerabilities are, of course, dependent on our policy options and the public policies that we implement. And they are, of course, dependent on our governance system, which is key, of course. And they are dependent as well on our territorial characteristics. It's not the same as being a peripheral country in Europe, as Portugal is, as being in the core of Europe, as the Netherlands are. So, of course, all those things are important. But, you know, the way we interact and we engage with others in trade or in movement of capitals or in migration flows within the European Union and these kind of things, they are key. So, this is precisely one of the most key gaps that we have found in the evidence-based policies that we have been helping to formulate, that we know a lot about how we are. That's true for all the regions in Europe with the regional statistics that are provided by Eurostat, but we don't know much about the way that we interact with others. And besides that, that's key to understand what are the drivers and barriers for which are the things that are going to be making our vulnerabilities worse or our resilience higher, or the other way around. So we need to understand drivers and barriers. So these are the kind of things that ESPON projects in this new programming period should provide to regions, because by ourselves, we are not that strong, but in cooperation, we are stronger for sure. So my last messages.
Javier, yes, please come to the end.
Yes, I will do that. So this is my last slide. What we need in this thematic action and in any other tabs, we need to understand what are the stakeholders, what do we have to interact with. We need catalogs of measures, what works, what doesn't work, what are the best practices, okay? We need territorial evidence in a sense of rankings. We need to understand where we are with respect to others. And we need visual and appealing tools. That was said in other presentations. I'm glad that I heard that because that's a very important truth. So this is what ESPON could provide and this tab could provide with regard to places resilient to crisis. And I did this very brief SWOT analysis. This is, well, this is not too deep, but the strengths in this tab is that you provide a pan-European perspective and the linkage of the regional and local policies to the EU and national policies. This is a strength of this territorial action plan. A potential weakness is that the data evidence at the regional level, and that was said again by previous speakers, is that they might be costly to obtain, and there are high uncertainties in improving the gathering of this kind of data. There is a huge opportunity in benchmarking and ranking regions. That was said in the top presentation about climate change. We need this. We need to understand our drivers and barriers in dealing with territorial challenges and dealing with our vulnerabilities and resilience. And the risk is that although this cross-thematic action plan is it's very well presented, it's risky in a sense that it's very wide. It includes many different sectors, and in a regional government sectors, and I imagine, and I can say that it's the same at the national and at the EU level, we work in boxes. And we tend to get a lot of difficulties in breaking the boundaries of those boxes to cooperate with others. This is a potential risk that could deviate the outcome of projects, of already complex projects. So thank you very much again, and apologies if I used more time than I had to. So this is it.
Thank you very much, Javier. And I give credit to, I think what came out from your presentation, thank you very much, is the cruel reality. The reality on the ground, how to deal with a complex topic or issue as resilience. And I feel a more laid-back attitude, sorry about this from a scientific point of view, because there is not this responsibility, this urgency to deal with these issues. But as you point out, and we have great scientists in the community, it really needs a good cooperation. So thank you very much for sharing this with us. And now we have just a bit of time if some of the speakers feels the urge to comment very quickly on what the other speakers have said. But this can only be like 2 or 3 minutes we give it, because otherwise we cannot get the questions from the audience. Is any one of you from the speakers wanting to have the floor very urgently to comment on the other presentations? You already did a bit in your intervention, but please, you have a few minutes now. Okay, no one really dares to, which is fine, because we will not stop this dialogue or this conversation, of course, now. But we will go on. The whole process of this tab consultation has started only now. And we will now give the floor to the questions from audience. And I have interesting questions here to the scientists. One is, some crises move slowly, like the rising sea, and others very fast, like flooding, and require substantial different types of responses with different but equally challenging solutions and policy needs. Social changes, such as gradual deindustrialization of coal-producing regions compared to the suddenness of lockdown. Should these tabs be designed clearly separate these types of crisis and responses, slow and fast? who wants to intervene on this? First speaks has the floor.
Sabina, maybe I could
Yes?
start.
Yes, please.
I mean, I think,
John?
yeah, I think it's a very good question. I mean, I chaired a meeting this morning on the green transition. Sorry, I have to say one of the problems of the transmission here is that some of the speakers look like tomatoes with bright red faces. I'm not actually sunburnt, I have to say, not in Glasgow. But going back to the going back to the point, as I said, I chaired a meeting this morning on the green transition with coordinating and managing authorities from about 13, 14 countries. And I was reflecting on the implications of that for the discussion we're having now. And there are certain, if you like, crises like flood risk that we understand reasonably well from a policy point of view. We've got environmental agencies have done some excellent mapping in terms of flood risk, which they can refine over time down to a micro level. The responses are not necessarily they're not cheap, but through a combination of physical planning, of economic, social, and other tools, we know how to respond. The challenge that a lot of people that were speaking this morning at the Green Transition conference was that we know what we want to achieve in terms of emissions reductions. We know that we have to go through an energy transition. We know the challenges we know the extent of, for example, decarbonization. And we can break that down in terms of aspects like sustainable tourism, sustainable mobility, and so on. What is much less clear is how to get there. Because of the magnitude of the challenges, the complexity of the different elements that need to be addressed, and the uncertainty in terms of data and tools that are seen as appropriate. Added to that, if one looks at some of the authorities that are responsible, like in the area of cohesion policy, the management authorities, the scale is novel, and that there are deficits in terms of experience, in terms of skill. There are challenges in terms of cooperation across policy sectors, which are of an order of magnitude and complexity which are greater than what has been addressed before. So it's like I suppose setting out on a journey of course in an electric car, where you know some of the way, but you don't know the rest of the way, and the maps don't give you sufficient guidance. You're not sure whether the power supply will be sufficient to get you there, and you're not a very good driver anyway. I mean, there are these combinations of complexity and uncertainty, and it's actually breaking those down, in a manageable way of having timescales that are achievable, and crucially, this point that I made a couple of times, which is how you take people with you, and that seems to me to be one of the biggest challenges that we face.
If I may add something,
yes,
I think that from the policy formulation point of view, we are very good in dealing with crises that happen once and again. It doesn't matter if they are big or small, that they happen once and again. And we are very bad in designing policies for events, for crises that only happens once. It doesn't matter if they are big or small, if they are fast or slow, because for different reasons, We don't know how to operate with it. I can imagine that's why things with climate change are going so slowly. It's the only explanation that I mean, it's pure human psychology. We don't know how to how to deal with it because there are no previous examples, and we don't want to fail. We don't want to be the first to make it wrong. So we are paralyzed. How do we do this? If we wait, maybe we are going to do better. So I think this explains more our response to crisis than maybe other more science-based parameters. But I don't know.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your responses. And I just leave it like that. And there will be further discussions on these fundamental issues. There is another question now to John, a follow-up from Victor from the EGTC. Would you suggest ESPON goes more explanatory and addresses new and sudden impacts? And John, you look great, by the way.
Well, thank you. That's very reassuring. It must be my screen then. Yeah, I mean, I think ESPON has always had an element of exploratory work about it. The value I've seen of ESPON is, and I've looked into not just the work that I referred to on inner peripheries, but the work that you did on climate change, but which is now getting a bit out of date. And I'm reassured that there is new work coming on that way. Is to synthesize quite complex cross-disciplinary research and put it, make the results available in a very digestible form, and particularly the quality of mapping and other presentational tools are superb. I think there are probably areas that, and certainly I think over the next year, as we get more data available on the impacts of COVID, and particularly the relative value of different recovery measures that have been used. There is some research now about the degree to which the wrong targets were identified in terms of the support measures, for example. I think that there's a lot of interesting work there because we're certainly not through this pandemic, and this, as Xavier said, we're not good at responding to the news. So I think there is a lot of scope, to develop ESPON's work there.
Thank you very much for this answer. There is another one to the policy representatives, and maybe I address it to Igor. Regions are facing several challenges: transition of their economy due to policy goals, as well as the need to respond to different crises. Would that be helpful to break this concept further down to regional policy actions to support regions in strengthening their resilience?
Sorry, I'm trying to reformulate the question.
It's probably more. It's about breaking the concept down, which is the of resilience, to further down to regional policy actions to support the regions in strengthening their resilience.
Yeah, well, the concept itself does not need to be broken down. The analysis of the problems need to be broken down. Because when then policies are going to be defined, if we're only measuring the resilience of the country as a whole, we will not be able to direct policies to the conditions of different regions. I don't know, for example, I live in Belgium, and if you want to address the problems resulting from an economic crisis, Flanders and Wallonia will answer distinctly because they have a different economical outlook. So I think that's the challenge for the regional level, is that we have sufficient data that is available for policymakers, and second of all, that policymakers themselves, and especially national governments, are willing to pay attention to those differences and to modulate their policies to those differences. Naturally, then there is the issue of subsidiarity and the competences of regional powers, because countries highly centralized will have maybe more difficulties in answering to this, whereas federal states might, in federal states, regions and eventually even municipalities might have more powers to address a certain crisis.
Thank you very much. And I guess also the presentation of Javier was a bit showing this breaking down and the different thematic kind of issues dealing with then on a local level, regional level. Thank you very much. We have one question to Carolina, and this is: how can we integrate approaches across various resilience spheres when each sphere on its own is already highly complex and need to deal with fragmented approaches? How to keep it simple, understandable for policymakers? Carolina.
Yeah, I was trying to comment on this because there's really a trade-off between the complexity of the topic and the need to keep it simple. For example, the use of indicators. I think indicators are quite easy tool to be translated, to be understood and translated into policy. But then indicators are more about quantity and not quality. Then, of course, indicators take pictures and are not, I think, the most suitable tool to keep track of the dynamics of this phenomenon. So there's really a trade-off, because then the use of more complex instruments like I would say gravity models, hierarchical tools, or spatial technique, then are maybe are able to keep track of some effects and consequences of the shocks, of the reaction to the shocks, but then are really difficult to be translated into policy action for the lower level of governance. I would say municipalities, for example. So I think this is something that we need to investigate, how to keep it simple while trying to have the overview of these evolving and complex phenomena.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your answer and confirming that this definitely is an issue. I guess it's for all ESPON issues and scientific findings, how they can be translated really for policymakers to be understandable and usable. With this, I would like now to give the floor, and I would like to thank you first of all to the audience and the panel for your contributions and the engaged discussion. Before I give the floor now to Michaela to sum up what you have been saying, and please keep in mind it's ongoing, this process. Michaela, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Sabine. And thank you particularly also to the colleagues who gave the interventions now during this workshop, which I'm really grateful for. I think we really got a lot of very useful and really informative input to our further work on this tab. I heard a lot of commonalities in the feedback we gathered here, so there's certainly an agreement on how complex this specific thematic action plan is, and how there are obvious interlinkages with other tabs, so the one on governance, or also certainly the one on climate neutral territories. And we are aware of that, and that's certainly also something that we need to look into further, to further elaborate and refine the different tabs. But I think there will always be interlinkages, which we've also seen with other ESPON projects up until now. There are always certain spheres where topics interlink, and where we then also try simply to get researchers together to exchange, to make the most really of the ongoing work. I found it also interesting to hear from Igor, for instance, that it could also be an idea of showing how I think we've known, and this will certainly continue to be a problem, that there will also be data gaps in the future. I mean, there have always been data gaps, and that is something we continuously need to deal with. But this proposal of showing new ways of using the existing data, which I think is really interesting, and where we probably can also put some thinking into. And also this from Igor saying that we should probably also look at how we can use these crises. And this, Igor, as you certainly also know yourself from following very closely the ongoing COVID project on territorial impacts, and here specifically the social implications, we try to do that exactly there. So really looking at proactive policy measures and how these can be shared with other territories across Europe, so that we do also actually get and derive some benefits out of the crises that happen. So with that, I would really like to thank you all for your very valuable input. Also, please, if you have, following this workshop now here today, if you still have any other ideas, anything you would like to let us know, please don't hesitate to do that, be it via the Yammer platform, where you saw the link earlier in my presentation. You can also find that on our website. You can also simply send us an email. There's a specific email address, consultation@espon.eu. If it's on this specific tab, you can also just send it to me. But please try to be active within the next couple of weeks until end of January, and help us further refine this thematic action plan with your input and your ideas. Thank you very much to everyone.
So with this, I would then like to close this session, this workshop. Again, thanking you very much. And I have to say, I was, as the previous workshop, very pleased that with this complex and sometimes abstract topic, we got a lot of concrete input, concrete ideas. And I can go back now to my colleagues from the Interreg Northwest Europe program, because we had discussing territorial resilience, and there was some great reluctance to deal with this expression and to deal with the issue, because it's not concrete enough. It's more something in the air, and so that we can really work with this, that something will emerge to work with this concept and to kind of use it for concrete problems and concrete policy responses. I want to thank very much the whole team that has been working for these sessions and workshops. You haven't seen colleagues from the technique walking around so that it will not get dark here. And the great support from ESPON Managing Authority, ESPON EGTC. And thank you again very much, everyone, and have a nice evening and relaxation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.